Hello and welcome to my Sunday afternoon Monster Hunter stream, starting out in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Had a lot of fun yesterday, did manage to get a little bit further onto the track, and all of that, of course. I did not manage to get quite as many tickets as I would have maybe wanted, but again, that is not anything because that's bad because of what is going on, but that is just how it went. Having fun in multiplayer, of course, will limit that for a little bit. Let's go back to the pump, get back to home, have the familiar band, and I'll have a quick look through the box, because I did say that I did need You're fine, you're fine. Hello, good morning, Tira. I hope you slept well. I hope you had a good Saturday yesterday, and I hope you are well rested. Welcome in, and I hope that you can be looking forward to a great Saturday in general today. And Amethyst, also hello, welcome in. I also hope that you do have a great Sunday so far and can be looking forward to more of a great Sunday. There's some stuff that I can maybe then ought to sell. Okay. Still a lot more I need to hunt for tickets. So unless somebody wants me to jump in or open a hub for them to jump in, I'll be starting out with a crab, a stone-fisted crab. Do I have no? If you want to, absolutely. Let me do that. If you do not have anything you want to hunt yourself, I am happy to have the help. That is a goal that is still very far ahead in the future for me, but I find it very laudable. I didn't even manage it in Freedom United. That is where I have the most diversity. Yeah, I do sometimes feel a lot like a one-trick pony, and there are some of the newer weapons I still don't really know how to use them. But I am having fun, and that is the most important thing. We can switch there, clear out some high rank for you, do some deviants for me, get some of your Thunderlord. I do require more of him as well, so I actually don't mind that. We can switch who selects quests so that we both get closer to our goals. No, actually, the one I need... I cannot accept the quest without... Yeah. I'll start then, and this is the one where we can't bring our own equipment, or items rather, we can bring our own equipment. And Tira, congratulations on a 45 streak, on a 45 stream streak. Congratulations, thank you very much for being here so regularly. Yeah, absolutely, I do have Capture Guru, so I know when to stop, but yeah. Yeah, okay, 22, 25, 23. I can see how you would make a mistake in there. I hope I didn't make a mistake when I was typing it out, and I did forget to pin it. So let's do that. That is very true. I prefer my longsword, and as such, I don't mind being restricted to the box items, and I have to say they are very they are not too stingy, and as such not too bad to do. I'll bring the sonic bombs. That is open. These are opening up nice opportunities with him. And I am racing after you here. Okay, I do hope that Lagiacrus is not going to burst the party. Nihabe, hello, how are you? I am fine, thank you very much for asking. I hope that you are having a lovely Sunday, and Stingerman also, hello, welcome in. I hope that you also are having a lovely Sunday, and that the both of you can be looking forward to more of a great Sunday. I am doing fine, thank you very much for asking. It's good to hear that. Okay, that doesn't... Para is a very nice status, but in this case, unfortunately, it doesn't allow me to breach the claw. Okay. There we go. And the crab is going fine so far as well. There we go. That is going to allow me to get some hits on the claw without breaking my sharpness to pieces at the same time. I'm not terribly looking forward to those claw swipes on the EX version. I do tend to suffer quite a lot from them. There we go. With this I can do a lot more damage to the claw. Well, he's getting me there, and Chair, welcome to the hub. Hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday, and I hope you are fine. There we go. Angry crab trying to kebab us. Although now that I think about it, that's not quite the correct word. I'm going to stick with skewer us from now on. And I really ought to sharpen my sword here. I'll be taking this opportunity to do so. And we have a visit of from Lagiacros, and I'm going to see, yeah. There we go. Nicely done. Lagiacros is trying to get to our prize. Hopefully he's not munching on the expensive parts. Luckily he fell asleep before getting pushed over and away from the trap. So, Amethyst, your turn then, and then Chair, if you have anything you want to do, you can rotate in afterwards as well. I'll just get the pieces crafted that I can now upgrade. Let me see. Stone Fist is... Yeah, it was. He showed up yesterday on the quest as well. Let me have a look. Stone Fist. No, he doesn't have a hunting horn, he has a hammer. And looking around in the wrong spot, of course, will not allow me to find it. Well, he probably did want that. But unfortunately, there ought not have been any breakfast for him here. I'll just do the upgrade for the 2 tickets I just got. I can do the rest later. Though seriously, he should have... Let me just go switch to a more appropriate weapon. He should have hunted his own meal. I mean, we did all the work. It's not fair for him just to show up and partake in a ready-made breakfast. Still have to eat, unfortunately, as well. Yeah, that was indeed a very cool interaction later on. Yeah. It's he didn't at least pick it up. That is very true. If he had... Is this the one with... No. There doesn't seem to be a Bullfango here. Oh, definitely. Raven, also welcome into the hub. With his power, that's not surprising that he could do that. He is, after all, strong and savage enough to kill, or some Devil Joe are. Well, I think he would have, had it not been for us knocking her, or knocking Joe off his perch and ensuring her safety. Which to a large degree I don't mind, but sometimes I have the feeling that that girl has little self-preservation instinct. Yeah. Hammer seems to have been a hard weapon to use in general in World, from what you're saying. Yeah, I can see that is going to be making it much harder. But you managed, and that is the important part in the end. Let me carve the tail. And if you could knock him down, then you can't knock his face in and stun him as well, so yeah. It's an understandable roadblock. I see the idea. Yeah, okay. For Hammer, absolutely, you would either want to... You want to optimize for moments in which you can hit him effectively, the monster, I mean. I usually do not bother with either of them in GU because I can use them to power up, and in the others because I don't mind taking a step back in the flow and then re-engaging. This is my personal feeling. I never felt, even in his first mission, that he was much of an issue. But again, that is personal, and I am absolutely aware that other people might have very different feelings about it. And Thraig, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday, and I hope you can be looking forward to more good Sunday, and I hope that you are feeling fine at least. Hopefully great. So... That is understandable. Let me, in the role, if Claire nor Raven want to have a quest they want to go on, I'll be posting the next one. Yeah, that is fair enough. I encountered my first Brute Wyvern in 4U, or 4U, because I just skipped, and I can't go on to this quest. 1 second. Because, well, I did skip 3U and Portable, and came back to 4U. So... I remember there being a learning curve. I don't remember it being too hard. Then again, those are... I have a lot more experience from Freedom Unite, so there might be some bias coming from there. And Thraig, thank you very much for the 15 stream streak. It means a lot to me. Thank you very much for being here so regularly. Thank you very much. Okay, I can see Anjanath teaching you how to do the Brute Wyvern. And again, from speaking for myself, I found my first fight with Toby, he was actually quite a nice one, because he was moving in a different way to most of the other monsters from before. He is most reminiscent, in my opinion, of Zinogre, but he is not that bulky. He's more lithe and fast. Yeah. My question always is it because of the monster itself, or is it because of the difference in how they feel? It can be unpredictable. I personally do not find... He's not too bad. Learning a little bit, of course, you always need to learn the monster's movement. Well, we're going to ignore the Senator. He is in the sub-quest. It is, though, interesting to hear your experiences in how you and when you learned to fight, what monsters were your first trainers. I started in, as I said, Freedom Unite, and my first two big teachers were Gipsaros and Kongalala. Those were the two monsters where I really learned to properly fight. The drones are not bad, but they are quite different from any of the other larger monsters. But Kongalala really was like, okay, you have moments where you want to attack the head because you do want to break it. Same with Gypsyros. Make sure you have moments where you are ready to evade. And all that dance, I do credit those two for being able to teach me. I know that they do not seem as... They might not seem as special anymore. They were not the fastest, not the most hard-hitting, but for me, they were the monsters I learned to hunt with. Okay, I hope that I'm not going to cut the tail and get her out of the stun too early. This is high rank, but it is a deviant, so while there are some equivalents, I prefer the levels, and this is a level 7 Red Queen. And the deviants do require, do require a lot of farming for a lot of the levels, since you need tickets from 1 to 15 for each equipment item, and so you will need to do the whole panoply of quests more than once. And that is her royal dreadness captured. And I have to say thank you, Belle, for the ping. I got too much into my... Is it a battle trance? I got too much into the groove and I would not have stopped immediately without the ping, so thank you very much. Dread Queen is a very fun Wrath. I do like Rathian more than Rathalos in general already. I had Guru as well, but I completely forgot to keep an eye on it and just got into my groove. Which is partially what happens, and that's why capture quests are always... I always feel a bit anxious about them. Yeah, I absolutely get that. And I do know that I am very much that I could have very much been guilty of that. I remember last week, and I still feel bad for that Zinogo kill. It's, yeah. That is, it's quite a bit for me that I never really got into doing a lot of capture quests. I always preferred to hunt to kill. We did try it out in Freedom Unite, what is more valuable material-wise. And yeah, somehow we very often ended up that it's not really worth capturing over killing. Quite so. For Freedom Unite, we came to the conclusion that it is not really worth it. Let me switch the weapon out. Okay, yeah. That seems like a good skill set to bring. I personally just go with my normal one and adding Capture Guru to it. Do we fight in the cold? No. Oh, it's that one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, as Amnesty has already said, Thraig, there is no reward that is capture exclusive, and the higher chances do not feel like they matter much. I never had huge issues in Freedom Unite, at least, to get most of the plates, of the heavenlies, or the jewels. Well, except for one, but those were from monsters that were impossible to be caught in the first place. The big Elder Dragon jewels are terrifyingly rare. That is not a bad idea. If you have the opportunity, also try and get some of the village quests done. They allow you for some increases as well. I'm not exactly sure how that works between the two of them, but the village quests are absolutely all so worth to be done. Let me see if... okay. Gendrome gets kicked away there. And I was bad with the timing. Nice para. Let's see if I can do something for the tail. No. Poor guy did not stand much of a chance. Also, I wish you good success on your appointed task. And that must have been the Wyvern tier. Unfortunately fading there. And Vraig, thank you very, very much for another gifted sub. They still, as always, they mean a lot to me. Thank you very much. And Raven, I hope you are going to be enjoying that gifted sub. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, seriously, thank you. I'm in a way for yeah, okay. Okay. Drill task. Okay. So, thank you, Vraig, for that gifted sub, and thank you everybody also for being here. Both things mean a lot to me, and it is always gifting or bits is always optional. So please just enjoy being here. Okay, let's post the quest. No, that is the one. That's one of these again, isn't it? 3 weapons to go. Well, I hope you have fun while pushing your usage up. I've read, or I've been told, maybe that's the more correct one, that the heavy bowgun is terribly efficient in dealing damage. I am still quite feeling that I'm not... I don't think I'll ever really enjoy that as much as other people do. Nothing against people who enjoy it. I'm on the other hand, actually the opposite. What I'm trying to say is it's actually the opposite, that people who are efficient and enjoy the heavy bowgun, that I find that quite impressive for their for what for me feels like a very slow and yeah, it's not a weapon I currently enjoy much using, and I don't see it in the future. So anybody who's really good with it, respect. I know it needs time to get good, and that is seriously something I feel that isn't now impressive if you manage to get good with it. Fair enough. I don't like Valor. I don't like the Valor style too much. I don't like the heavy bowgun too much for individual reasons, and I can believe that it is a very potent style, but despite that, I don't see myself ever getting to really enjoy that style and weapon. But that is absolutely a personal preference. Okay, I hope you have fun with it. As always, that is my most important criteria if somebody's tells me they are using a certain weapon. It should be fun over anything else. Okay, those are the tasks cracked. He's taking... he's giving himself some space in order to launch himself, but just get rolled instead, and thank you very much for that ping. Although I did get... all I managed to do now is get myself launched. And that is a successful capture. Very nice and very full box. Happy to see that. Let me just... I think I'll just put the tickets here. That makes it less roundabout going the upgrade, and can do it all afterwards. Yeah, so one thing I am really happy about is that Wilds is now running much better on PC. It's been such an issue, but that is something they luckily fixed. Still prefer the older style, but then again, it is what I had for, well, basically ever, in that I never really that I've always preferred the older ones. Yeah, I know some people like it. Another part that annoys me quite a bit, or manages to annoy me quite a bit, is the fact that they changed out how the longsword works in red bar, and I don't like that change very much. I don't know what they were thinking the first time I experienced it. It felt jarring. And due to me not going around switching weapons early in a game, yeah, it left an impression. Yeah. But that is more optional. You don't have to charge up into the slash. And I don't play it that way, but the red bar change is unfortunately not an optional change. But I heard a lot of people saying that they like it. So yeah, it seems to depend on the person whether they enjoy or don't enjoy that change. Yeah, this is another Zinogre who's not looking too good. And we have the return to a peaceful forest. That is something I think because of the unified map they never managed to do quite as well in the modern games, to have these areas of the map feel like they feel like they have more personality in the older ones. And I do think that with the skyboxes and the loading screens, they managed to convey much better a sense of scale and size over the area you're hunting. And I feel that very strongly with the jungle compared to comparing GU to Rise, where the continuous jungle feels terribly compacted compared to the area it used to be. Okay. And dang it, sorry. I was trying to get some distance there. Sorry for that card. Yeah, I do understand that difference. I prefer the old positional style, which at least in Rise you can still play. It may not be as fast, it may not be as optimal as playing the more counter-focused style, but it works. And so I don't mind having that dichotomy. And I can understand the people who really enjoy the counter style in the parry counterattack sense. it's quite well implemented, so that is working out fine. I don't think there was anything wrong with it, but I do not like wilds where, yeah, they change everything for red bar. Okay. Now it feels like I shouldn't have bothered really coming back. And wilds is fun. I'm not... there's not a world where I would not say it's fun. It's not fun. Or where I would say it's not fun. Confusing myself right now. And it is also very normal that you will have preferences, so very series as long running as Monster Hunter. So, and I absolutely do understand that they want to keep innovating and trying new things. That is fair, but I also think then it is fair for me to criticize what I like and don't like about the changes they've made, and yeah. As long as we stay respectful, I think having a lot of opinions is important. I did enjoy Rise quite a bit. It is my favorite out of the 3 modern ones. Silverwind for me next. I can absolutely understand that. Out of the modern ones, no. Like this, for the items. Out of the 3 modern ones, Rise is my favorite. For a few reasons. I think the main reason is that for me it captured the fun, more of the fun of the older games. The silliness that the old games definitely had in its weapons and some of its armor designs, so I can absolutely... that's it. Yeah. So, yeah, it is my favorite out of the newer ones, and I can't really comment if the hunting horn in Rise was good or bad. I only know that, well, I only know how the longsword feels, and the longsword in Rise is good. Yeah, I can absolutely see why you'd feel that. On the other hand, though, I feel like with the correct positioning, you can really do a nice large amount of damage. Oh, sorry, you were talking about the hunting horn. Okay, I see, I see. Okay. In which case, I absolutely understand that if you're somebody who enjoys playing the hunting horn, you would not enjoy that incarnation of it. So, a hammer that works slightly differently, and you have some buffs for yourselves and the party. Yeah, thank you for letting me know, since I am not somebody who can really do that comparison myself. Yeah, I can absolutely see that you would like longsword in Rise. I don't think it comes as anybody's surprise that it is my most used weapon in Rise. Far ahead of, well, anything. Yeah, it seems that longsword might have been the most popular weapon type in... Okay. In Rise. Oh. Bastard. There we go. You did say so, and the longsword is very good at countering. Not that I'm personally using it much. And I've been accused of playing the longsword wrong in Rise once before. And I just see that we're having ads incoming, so for anybody who still has ads, I want to say thank you very much for your patience with and during them. It is very much appreciated. Thank you. That is my approach. Absolutely. Uh-oh. Getting tail slapped here again. Thank you for that heal. Yeah, I don't think you can. Well, I don't think you can play a weapon wrong unless you're playing it in a way that it's not fun for you. You might not be the most efficient in a group, but that doesn't mean you're playing the weapon wrong. So yeah, okay. The sentence was correct. My brain just went wanting to double check it. And yeah, I'm jumping out myself, basically. Once more here. Okay. Okay, that's... Dang it. There we go. Good capture, and thank you for the ping. To a degree, but I don't think there is much too much we can do against that. No, it's fine. I got carted last quest when I really shouldn't have, so that's absolutely fair. Okay, yeah. I don't consider myself a terribly fast typer, mainly because I type in more than one language, and switching between and all of that doesn't make me the fastest typer. So it's actually quite impressive that you manage to do it as well as you do. And Raven, okay, I can see why that could be the case. Then again, are there changes in the 3 modern games that make it worse? The fact that you're hampered by it if you are using it wrong, or is it on the level of Generations Ultimate? Okay, I'm just going to go switch out the weapon. When I say modern, I mean World, Iceborne, Rise, Sunbreak, and Wilds. Those, since the change in the mechanics is quite drastic, I do make a split in between there. And also, yes, they are 3 different games with different mechanics, so maybe I am generalizing a little bit too much. Yeah, I can see how that is not going to be the fastest bow to kill, but I can also see how it is going to be a ton of fun getting your KOs in with the bow in that way. Fair enough. And there is, in my opinion, nothing wrong with that. The main goal of a game should be to be fun, and if you are having fun in a weird way, it's better than optimizing the fun out of it, as some people tend to do. Yeah, I can absolutely see how that would be funny. Okay, nobody's taking the trap, then I'll be taking it. And I can absolutely see how dropping cocoa nuts on a monster's head is fun. Okay, I didn't know that. Again, I'm not playing Insect Glaive very much. And I do see that as well, in that, especially later on in Rise with the Afflicted monsters, they tend to just crank the health up so much that it becomes inefficient. Certain styles just become inefficient and will just require a ton of time to kill without increasing much in difficulty for those builds. Toad Gamer 5, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. And I hope that you are doing fine and can be looking forward to more of a great Sunday today. Welcome in. Okay, Zinago is going pretty good. Okay, I need to do something. There we go. Since we do need to capture him. And I am going to make very sure I'm not going to be repeating the silly... Well, no, it wasn't silly. It was inattentive. The mistake from last time. Thank you for the heal, and yeah, I did see he now is weakened. Didn't even have a chance to come over and throw any of the tranq bombs I picked up. It is actually unfortunate if a game, especially in the end game, tries to force you to use a certain, well, it's maybe not exactly correct. If there is a style in a game that the end game just becomes do this one thing, that is then unfortunate, because I think that it should be in the end game where you should have as broad as an amount of options as possible. So it is unfortunate that it narrows towards the top. My next target is going to be capture Crystal Beard. Nope. Wrong weapon. There we go. That is, for example, the sorry, the insect glaive cannot be outdamaged by its insect is actually quite an interesting option for you to push to, and makes the game in that regard more enjoyable, in my opinion. But that at one point the option on how you can play narrows down quite a bit is very unfortunate. I feel that in that my evasive style that I'm playing is going is becoming longer and longer. It's not necessarily that the quests become harder, since the monsters do not become faster or change up the timing. But the health pool, just you feel like hitting on the same monster for so much longer without and longer and longer and longer, and it doesn't feel like it's becoming more complicated and tougher to make up for the time you need. Yeah, I absolutely understand that, and I do agree that that is very unfortunate for Rise. Okay, everybody's ready. Yeah, that is something I do not have at all. I have sharpness skills, I have some evasion, but I do not have any crit skills. Because of, well, the style I'm playing. I actually wouldn't have needed... do give me the paintballs. Yeah, they hit harder, that is fair, but if you're playing an evasive style, there is nothing done there to make them more dangerous. They don't move differently, they don't have awkward breaks before an attack like the hyper monsters do, or just are able to fire some attacks out just at instant speed. So, if you're not really getting hit much, the increase in damage is not feeling like an increase in difficulty. Oh, bloody hell. I think rather than just helps them go smoothly, it also makes them go faster. Or maybe I haven't managed to increase the weapon power enough yet, but yeah. And Draik, thank you very much for having been here. I hope you're having a good time, and yeah, if I'm still here, I'll be happy to welcome you back. It's part, but it's not all of it. That might sound silly, but I am very much a solo player in Monster Hunter. And faster just starts to feel tedious rather than the quest not being smooth anymore. Because I do not have a big issue where I need to go constantly back for healing items. Even in the mid-range of the anomaly quests, I find that the 10 first aids that I usually take out of the box is more than sufficient to the task. That is absolutely correct. There's less room for mistakes the faster the quest goes. But I'm not saying that your feeling is directly incorrect. Feeling that faster in and of itself makes feels smoother. For these things can be personal on how you feel about the details of these things. I do not want to need to rely on Amethyst to realize when the monster is capable, so Paintball had been forgotten and now applied, and there we are. That trap did not quite trigger quickly enough. There we go. Okay. That's a good sleeping Uragan. I forgot to write down the Thunderlord tickets. And again, very nice rewards. And that might, now that I think about it, there is something that I personally always find. Okay, let me start at the beginning. I am very much used to, especially elder dragons, to run away, and it feels weird when a quest goes, or you start to have a lot of quests that go above 25 minutes. And the monster doesn't run away, because I still feel like conditioned. Like, no, the monster is going 25 minutes and you'll have a break. Fair enough, that has not been the case for a while. But in GU, even solo, few quests go over those 25 minutes to make me feel like, oh, the monster should have run away already. There is that as well. And that could have been helped if you were able to have a broader spectrum of viable options at the end. For a lot of quests, I have a hunt time of 20 to 25 minutes. Usually after 25 minutes, quests, I'm done with the quests, either captured or killed. But yeah, then again, style and how you do it, your experience with these monsters, there's a lot that can influence how long you need. The one row of quests where I will be needing longer, quite a lot longer, I'm guessing, is when I'm trying to do the EX monster solo. There, absolutely, I'll be needing more. Yeah, about that, maybe a little bit longer for me, but because I'm not necessarily using the most optimal build. But yeah, I feel like a normal G rank would be about 10 minutes, maybe a bit more, like, as I said, 12 minutes. Double monsters will take twice as long. A Cantor is one of those monsters that is probably going to take longer, but I haven't fought him solo in GU for a while, so I'm not sure what my time would be. Okay, that is the tail cracked. Nice package delivery, Raven. I am pretty sure Garuga didn't like that. There we have the tail. And again, I forgot about the paintball. I heard some more cracks. That is good to see. He was standing a little bit in an awkward spot there. I'm going to try. Probably no. Dang it. How long are you standing there? Okay, for some reason I just tossed them above him. I should have just... No, well, maybe not. I feel like I was too far away. Yeah, it was like... Whee! The spot is not exactly ideal with it being right on the cliff, so... But we managed to cap him. No problem, and that is what in the end is important. Yeah, indeed it is. But then again, I am not going to be questioning Garuga's sleeping habits. If he wants to sleep on that cliff, who am I to complain? Okay. Can you? I am guessing that I have to switch the weapon out. Indeed I do. And since it's not a capture quest, I will now be switching out the talisman as well. It is getting to the point that nullifying my thunder weakness on the armor is more important than knowing when I can capture the monster, as long as that's not a capture quest. Also, good to see that I can eat successfully for thunder resistance. And a good item set, and this is going to a point that I do want to bring the reserve drop as well. Yeah, the first one should be G1 capture. But in the team, I might even there stay with the thunder resistance. Solo, I'll definitely wear the capture guru amulet. No worry, no worry. I was wondering, and I was thinking somebody might have kicked me out there, but with the lance you're going to be suffering my knocks more than enough as well, so don't worry. Okay. See, I am knocking you out more than enough as well. Sorry about that. Particular double tap. Okay. That is the first one down. Almost. I think this is as close as you can reasonably get. Thank you very much for the boost. Yeah. I don't think that the second Thunderlord will have a much nicer welcoming either. I think he's going to be quite unhappy with the committee as well. Sorry. See, I'm much worse at knocking people about, I think, than a lance ever is. Now, okay, I did. Did get the charge up there. That is one tail less already. That's another para for the Thunderlord, and he didn't, I'm pretty sure, not like that. Yeah, no. Not at all. Not even 5 minutes for the two of them. This was a very clean and very quick hunt. Okay. I can see how the arrows can intersect with other people, but in general, I feel like it should not be that much of an issue. Having the bow and everything, I mean. Okay, fair enough. I can absolutely see that. That was back in Freedom Unite. We did have a rule of no pellets. Pierce is absolutely fine, but no pellets. Not sure if I need that. I'll take it. If I don't need it, I can later on sell it. Or have it removed from my inventory. Okay, I see. Yeah, Thunderlord we already did. Yeah, I see why. I understand why that is not unimportant to be able to have some degree of acceptance on these things. But in Freedom Unite, we didn't even find the pallets all that useful in a mixed group. Yeah, we would just annoy each other. No, I need to get 7. This is 7. So I can have my items with me. I do need to bring some hot drinks. Maybe it is too slow to be terribly useful in a big group. But if you are having fun, I think it may make for a very nice solo set. Yeah, that is absolutely something we never envisioned in Freedom Unite. We used the hunting horn a few times, but none of us really spend enough time with it to get good with the buffs. And that is one of the things you do need to remember, that you do want and need to learn your sheets with the hunting horn. Yeah, those two are going to do a nice... They're going to synergize nicely. I was not aware that it would send you that far away. Okay, I'm going to before even getting to Tigrex, there is somebody that needs some attention here. Okay. Sorry about that. But Boldrome is dead. Okay. And Tigrex did not really survive much beyond that either. I am fine with it. And I think, Raven, that was you knocking me about there. I am not too surprised. You really pummeled Grimclaw. Okay, I can see why it gained its infamy. Yeah, no, it's... But, I do see... Well, I'm not sure how much it would be knocking smaller monsters about, but I can see it doing a lot of damage. Congratulations on finding the crown chair. That's a very nice coincidence for you. Three are missing. I'm missing a few more. Yeah. Yeah, okay. There is a bias there. Missing quite a few of the drones actually still. Tetsukabra, Kongalala Baroth, and I'm missing more of the gold crowns for size as well. It's actually really, it's a really cool achievement if you can finish it, but I personally do not feel terribly attached to achievements. Again, I know that is very much a personal style. There are some people who are taking it a step further and are really turning achievement hunting into an art form. But I usually don't really care. Which means that I have completed only very few games, and then only because those are coming up reasonably in gameplay already, which makes me feel then which makes me then collect them anyway during the course of gameplay. Yep, that should be okay. That is correct. Don't worry about it. Oh, let's restart. Or do you want to kill anyway? Okay. I think everybody was ready, Amethyst. I think that chair unfortunately disconnected while loading. Okay, now I want to double check. I did not have anything to eat. I remember that being a big deal in early Brood War, where a lot of people would pull the plug literally when they were about to lose the game. And I do remember there were some people who did not immediately understand why that is was a problem. To partially fair enough, children might not be able to be aware of why that could be a problem. But luckily, with the advent of much more robust connections, we can nowadays count a disconnect as a loss in RTS games, at least. And I actually really enjoy this coincidence of, hey, cool, a Thunderlord joining us, and then Bulldrome just keeling over. Here we are. Well, I think it was a chair that knocked me up, and I just felt that I wanted to make the jump into something useful, so... That's another Zinugr badly paralyzed. And I can see why the pellets from above also are a bit of an issue. Sorry for the audio mute, the game audio mute there. Yeah, wrong button. Do, 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 do. Yeah, it has a lot of stun lock potential. That is absolutely sure. Do, 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 do. Very nice. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I am not sure if it works in that case similar to 4-4U, where when you run in, you jump up afterwards, as long as it's still lying down. And Raven, I hope you have a lovely rest of your Sunday. Thank you very much for having joined us. It's been a lot of fun, and yeah, I hope you have a lovely rest of your Sunday. And yeah, as everybody else is stating, thank you very much for joining us on the hunts. You have to hit the ground first and not be in a knockback state. Okay, that makes sense to a degree. I will need to switch out the sword. I do want us to go hunt a Hellblade, and probably one more of the capture quests, although him being the last of the base deviants, that might be different. That might be coming one later. It does come one later. Okay, I see how it becomes a problem. I remember that in, as I said, 4U, you could land far away or you could get hit by something and then the monster falls over, and then when you run close to hit it, as long as it hasn't stood up yet, you still jump up and get the mount. Felt a bit weird on how it exactly worked. So if you have something similar happen here, you just don't get the mount. Which is unfortunate, but also to a point I can understand it. And that is the build you showed me yesterday. Amethyst, I do remember that. I hope you're going to have fun using it now. So, we're again at the arena. I'll be focusing on the drone first. Get rid of the nuisance. And of course now he's doing a hugely long charge. Now he's just doing short charges. Okay, that is the nuisance out of the way. Okay, before I really get stuck into Glavenos, I might really want to heal up a little bit more. That was a nice explosion. Okay, I don't know if that is helping for the tail. And there comes the death of Glavenos. I am happy to hear that you like it. Yeah. It's not like I haven't tried it. It's making me going quite confused every time I try to use it because I want to put the sword away or I want to do something which usually just goes through the animation immediately and it doesn't, and that gets me out of the flow. But I can imagine if you practice it, it's a lot of fun. It's not for me though. Don't know why I keep repeating that so much every time we get to the topic. Maybe I do feel a little bit like with how strong the style can be, that I need to defend myself, but that ought not need be the case, and I know it's not the case here, and as such it's just me rambling. I can absolutely see that if you manage to do that right, that it feels absolutely fantastic. I'm pretty sure it's going to feel similar to how it feels for me when I get a really good combo going and really are able to jump from attack to attack. And Chair, again, for you as well, thank you very much for having joined us on the quests. It has been a lot of fun, and also do hope that you are going to have a lovely rest of your Sunday. And yeah, thank you for having joined us. Yeah. I can imagine that those moments feel very, very satisfying. I am going to guess that we're going to have... that we will be facing another Zinogre. Yeah, I can absolutely imagine, especially with how that goes then in particular. In the... Okay, so this is a capture quest. I'll be... Can I please rely on you for the ping? It's a G rank quest, so we do not need to worry too much about killing him immediately. So... that is actually the wrong trap for here. Let me just bring the pitfall trap in addition to it. And I just saw that we are having ads running again soon. So for everybody who's getting the ads, I want to thank you all very much for your patience with enduring them. It is very much appreciated. Thank you. Okay. Going up. Thank you. I'll be following you. And I'm immediately getting jumped here. Okay. Let's focus. That is not... looking how I'd like it to be. And that was far too early. Okay, that was not a comfortable hit there. I'm not unhappy for the flinch. Those are not necessarily attacks I feel comfortable dodging at the moment. That's a nice para. I do worry that if I try to dodge through these in particular and I miss, that it's like 70% of health. And that didn't work out either. Nice mount. That is the horn broken. I am pretty sure. Let me see if I can get the tail not in this area at least. So let's move on together with him. There we go. Okay, I am going to try and get the tail. There we are. Nice tail cut. And now we'll be waiting that he weakens enough that we can cap him. And he's flinching quite a bit at the moment. Oh, you turned towards me. Well, he also kicked me out. I'll be taking the opportunity to sharpen a second time. And then I'll be able to come back with full fury. There we go. Okay, for a second thought that might have been a poison pitfall trap already, but it's just the local variety of mushrooms. Okay, he's lying down here. Okay. I'm not sure he's going to fall into that trap. Dang it. I did bring one. Is he going back to Area 5? No, that is up the mountain, isn't it? Okay, can you see when he's sleeping? And is he sleeping in this area, or is he sleeping... Okay. So he is having his nest here. Let me put the trap down. Okay. He dropped something in the panic, a carapace piece. Fair enough. And that was really nicely done. Thank you for the help, Amethyst. And a lot more for the big melting pot, and I do think congrats on the Skymerald. They add a lot of value even if you can't immediately use them. So, no, sorry. I need to talk with you. Let's go through this quickly. I think I have a lot to put up. Zinogre in a way does seem very open to distribute his rares among people. That's only +2. That is not good enough, unfortunately. That's another handicraft +2. And there is a lot. Okay. There was a few to meld together today. But not surprisingly many. Okay. A shiny tail carved capture, head break. He was feeling very, very generous at that moment then. As for the deviants, I am hunting. I think we're switching back to the beginning in a way. I.e. some red helm to capture. And I am going to be bringing my capture talisman for it. No, that's protection. There's perception. Absolutely. Don't worry. I want to check, but yeah, this is the on-site item only capture quest. Of which I have to do quite a few at the moment. In a way, it's a quest I like and dislike. I usually prefer to have my own items available, but on the other hand, I do not need to remember to bring the traps. which, although I have gotten really a lot better. But I used to have moments where I went onto a capture quest and completely forgot to bring trank bombs and traps. Not the nicest moments, but moments nonetheless. Yeah, they hurt. And you feel very, very stupid. And I can't even tell my past self that he wasn't being stupid, because no, that is stupid. If you go on a capture quest, you want to be bringing traps and trank bombs. Or you're not really equipped to successfully finish a capture quest. That happens still more often, but that feels more silly because you do have other ways of getting around it, especially in the cold. Yeah, okay, you might eat half your stack of steaks, but yeah. Fair enough, and for the drinks it absolutely still happens to me, but for the capture quests I did manage to have enough foresight now to bring them. Hopefully I can keep the phrase that way, and I don't have to add most of the time at one point to it again. And I don't know how strict it is now at the moment, but I remember we once had a capture quest where we had to, or where we wanted to capture I think it was a normal Raja, and we set the pitfall trap, and just as he was getting into it, he switched that he would not be captured by it anymore. That was frustrating as well. And that is also something that over the years I've improved quite a bit, in that you have a much better feeling on how close the monster is to doing a certain thing, like calming down or flinching. It's not perfect, and I'm not counting the hits for it, but you do build up a good feeling for these things over time. The one charge hit he's doing, I remember the very first time I fought him, I was like, it's an Azuros, how hard can that be? And then getting hit by that, and that felt... That was like a bit of an eye-opener, being like, yeah, okay, no, he is not just a normal Azuros. Okay, let's try to get... Oh, perfect. Get the hairdresser here. There we have that. And he was jumping much further than expected. I was hoping to slip beneath his legs, but with how stumpy they are. Oh, yeah. Thank you for the ping. There we go. Nope. There we go. Oh, okay. You also missed your first trank bomb, I see. I completely whiffed it because I got too impatient. And you probably chucked it above. Both. Did both of mine whiff then? Did I throw that? Because I did see one in front of him. No, that one hit though. Yeah, that is not an issue in my opinion. But I had the feeling that afterwards I saw another trank bomb lying and outgassing in front of him. But that's fine. I'm pretty sure we're going back to Thunderlord. So I do want to switch the amulet again. Yeah, okay, I do think I understand what you mean with the weird lag. Correct. And to my stack of amulets I want to keep rather than the mess I have now in between the rest of the equipment. I am really impressed with what they managed to do for the deviants, I have to say. Well, okay, not to give it the wrong, not to have it taken the wrong way. There have been already more Tigrex variants than those of the other monsters, so he feels a little less novel, especially after Molten Tigrex. Okay, what am I trying to think about? Oh yeah. This part. There we go. And I should have eaten... No. Good that I checked. There we go. I think their extra moves, although I think it's more than just one extra move for Azuros, it works really, really well. The huge tasks on Drill Task, the the explosive tail for Hellblade. They're all really, really well done. Yeah, for most it is only 1 or 2. Azuros, I can think of 3 immediately that are added. Or as far as I remember, the charge with the big swing at the end, the charged punch, and yeah, and I think that's it. So 3, the projectiles for Silver Wind, and welcome back, Thraik. I hope you had a good time. You absolutely may. And I'm sorry, I should have readied up. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, that makes a very good difference for, especially for Red Helm, for example, or for Snow Baron. That that is now something you need to take into account. You can get the Slick Axis from Arena Quests, if I remember correctly. At the end of some Arena Quests, I'm not even sure if it is all of one. So you might want to have a look at Kiraniko, but there are definitely some Arena Quests that will offer you Slick Axis as a reward. Yeah, that is something that changes throughout for some of the deviants. I think we should be fine. I'll be staying careful, but also there with the Thunder Resist, that should be not too much of an issue. You can get light crystals from Gypsaros. I think he might be a 2-star quest. I'm pretty sure he's a 2-star quest. And if you break the flashing crystal on his head, then you'll be very probably getting a light crystal in the rewards. Yeah, I do not have a quest, a specific set. I need to survive this especially hard. But I've gotten quite comfortable with this in particular. It is just that with the thunder, the usually negative thunder resistance, that it's good that I boosted that up. So the Slick Access, if you want to multiply the light crystals with that from Arena, you can find the Arena quests in the hub behind the cook, behind the fat Palico cook, or feline cook rather. Oh, you're not. Oh, sorry. I thought I had the timing correct. Sorry. Must have gone too early. Must have gone at, yeah. Yep, sorry. Let's try that at 1 again. Yeah, it's also my fault being a bit too hectic there, and then in the corner. It was too bad. Let's go immediately again. I'll see if I have Insurer not on my normal meal. Yeah, it happens. And then especially when you feel like a bit under pressure that you have to dodge an attack, that can happen. I'll be eating for Insurer. You are absolutely welcome, Vraik. I hope it helps you get that that sword quickly. That is good. I'll be picking up the rest. And this is properly done as well. Okay. Fair enough. As I said, I am so focused on what I'm wearing currently, partially because it's giving me the handicraft skill I really want, and because it is a comfortable set in a lot of situations. Maybe I should have gone for it more like this. Absolutely don't worry about it. I hope you have a good trip home. And yeah. Yeah, if you can, enjoy your trip home, and I'll be happy to welcome you back once you are home. Yeah, and being comfy with stuff is not unimportant. You do... Once you do become confident and comfortable with a certain build, it helps a lot on not making silly mistakes. Hop. I think if I am not talking very much right now, I'm just going to be in focus mode a little bit. Here we are. That's a good second charge. Darakar, welcome into the hub, and welcome I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Okay, I'm happy to see him knocked out of the charge state there. Nice. Okay, I hope that is not going to result in a disconnect. No. There we are. Okay. Ooh, that doesn't look great. But it's holding. Okay, that was not great, but I'm still healthy enough to continue. Yeah, that was a good flinch. Good. but we won't be able to stop him this time. Which isn't too bad. It means that I can carve the tail, have a ration, and sharpen my blade. So I'll be joining you momentarily, but I do want to be properly prepared and not do something silly like sharpening in front of him. There we go. Another knockout. Well, he's not knocked out literally, but we knocked him out of the charged state. That is a proper knockout. And with a little bit of luck, we'll be knocking him out of the charged state immediately as well. Although that seems immediately less probable. There we go. And there he is. I am still sorry for the first time, but at least we did manage to get him properly the second time. Yes, technically he is not in a charged state anymore. That is correct. And that is a Skymerald. So he is still very generous with his rares. To a degree I can understand that, but it does feel like a very handy skill to be able to knock out a monster, even if it is with a weapon not designed to do it. Very nice. And Dark R, once again, welcome. I'm sorry for the wait, and I did not, I think, do a proper introduction. So welcome in, welcome to the stream. I hope you had a lovely Sunday so far. And I hope you are can be looking forward to more of a good Sunday. Yeah, Sunday today. I'll be switching the weapon. For me, it is now a Snow Baron on the list. Again, it is going to be the no items allowed capture quest. At least if I remember the quest correctly, and I'm not... Yeah, no, it is. On-site items only. I do not need to worry too much about the element. No, why am I taking... There we go. Why am I taking items along when it is part of the quest that I can't take anything along? Silly me, please forgive me. And I did not even get to your set yet. Amethyst, crit draw, crit boost. Okay, I see how that is a very useful set to stay alive. Reducing the time you need to drink something or so is going to be very useful. And being able to sheath and attack repeatedly is going also to help you improve your survivability. Yeah. It is it's very much that, a hit and run set plus something to help you staying alive in the cases where you do get hit and you do not want to risk standing too long, standing in a single position for too long. Okay. And I should be fine not focusing quite as much as with Thunderlord before or for this quest. Snow Baron can become a big menace on the harder quest, especially on his EX quest, but he is still a lot less troublesome at this moment. Thank you. Okay. Again, hope I didn't steal this from anybody this time. Might have been Amethyst trying to mount him again. And I completely whiffed that Sakura Slash. That was a nice crack. There we go. Got knocked over. Okay. He is not wanting to give you the opportunity. Here we are. Everybody trying to set a trap at the same time. And everybody getting juked about a bit. Well, I find that Lagombi in general already are pretty rude bunnies, so at least this one now has some time to learn some manners. Hopefully, because I do not think that he will apply himself to those studies and still be equally rude afterward. Yeah, that is something for me currently as well. I do want to try and solo all of the EXs, but he is the one that I've soloed first. I've gotten pretty close for Nightcloak, but afterwards I decided that I would want to have a few more choices in weapons and started this madness. And Mr. Kolo, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday and that you can be looking forward to more of a good Sunday as well. One thing that surprised me is that how much damage an EX can absorb. I think I managed to finish the solo of Snow Baron pretty tightly. Well, we might need to help him a little bit. We can keep the roll going, and you can do more of the high rank quests you were talking about. So it would actually be your turn now, Rose. I had the last one. But we can also switch that and have you come in afterwards. That is a perfect continuation to what we just had. Although these two should not even prove nearly as dangerous. Yeah, and they are going to be as rude as ever. So, yeah. Absolutely reasonable to go hunt them. What is the best way over? I'm on my way. I'll be expensive on stakes this turn. Sorry for knocking you over there. And I do fear that the second one is already half dead by the time we manage to get there. Oh no, not if I can help it. And indeed, he had nowhere to go. I see two more Chinese. They have the potential to hold more Poké Points. Yeah, we really beat up on him. I mean, he was trying to be rude. At least that we interrupted him is not I'm not sure that is a big point in favor of his manners. So, Dakar, if you do have a quest you want to take, being mindful of our new hunter, or the newer hunter, feel free to do so. Oh, okay. That is also fair. Dakar, thank you very much for having joined us. I hope you had fun on the hunts. I was having fun, and so I hope that you had too. And I see we're just having some more ads coming up soon. Thank you very much for everybody who is getting the ads, for your patience with and during them. It is very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Well, I hope those are going to be 30 very fun hunts. Hellblade 10, absolutely. I'm just going to be switching out my weapon quickly. I don't think I'll need the additional potions. Let me see. No. No fire resistance. Again, fair, not a big issue. Yeah, Ingle Isle. It's not a big deal. I have the fire heat resistance built in. And I saw that you're going for your new set again. How was it when you were using it before? Was it fun? And you can wait until after the quest to answer if you do not find the time for it. Okay. Here is the first one. And that was far too early to evade. Should have waited a little bit more there. Okay. Let me take a deep breath. I can do that better. Okay, he did not like that. Okay, flinch-tastic here. I do want a little bit more to fill up the spirit gauge. There we are. Okay, I do think taking a little bit of distance now is important, and heal up. There we go, back up. In the melee. Oh, that was unfortunate. I thought it was not looking quite as risky, but we also have the tail now off, if I see this correctly. Okay. That is Hellblade down. And now we only have to remove this normal Glavenos. He's immediately starting the engine here. Oops, that was far too early. Okay, we'll have another potion here. I'll just see if I can't get... Ah, it should be fine. A second to sharpen back up. That was a nice back punch, although getting to him was not great. With him lying in the puddle. And there is the tail. Very nice. There we go. That was a successful hunt. Let's see, I don't think that has any useful powder. The burst is very nice. Yeah, it got surprisingly laggy at the end there. Not sure why that was. Had a similar lag spike with one of the Thunderlords. But since we were only the two of us hunting, you might not have noticed that. I do know that the game can lag in such a way that only one of the people notices it. That one of the people is not seemingly affected by it. Yeah. Exactly. I also didn't DC and that, and so it's fine. Luckily, with all the disconnects, I didn't suddenly stand in the middle of an attack. That would have been less fun. But like this, it was okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, it is absolutely... I think I would not be overdoing it if I said it would be Asian hard mode for the counters if the monster starts teleporting about like that. And I need one more stone fist now. Unfortunately, without any items. So, needed to run back and forth there. These things happen, especially when you're fighting that close to the moat that has been erected around the arena. But it was still a good counter, so you don't need to worry about that. Well, I am very thankful for her accompanying us on all these hunts. That is 10, 50. I still have at least 30 of those to go, although not all of them are of this level for all of the deviants. So... But yeah, I do have still a lot to do here. And yeah. It's been... I remember it was pretty spontaneous, me going, well... I wish I could offer a proper choose my weapon redeem for Monster Hunter, and then I felt like I don't have any other weapons I can use except the longsword because I never tried to make any of the other categories usable. And without thinking much about it, I was like, the deviant longswords are all pretty good. Let's do those. I do not have the sonic bombs, and that was unfortunately a little bit too late. There we go. You were correct wanting them to use them there, but as soon as he cracks the shell even a little bit, it is unfortunately already too late, so... And Lagiacros does decide to have the party now cracked early. Okay, not so nice. I'll try and keep an eye out for your health. Like, seriously? Oh, that was quick. Oh, yeah, okay. I wanted to use a powder, unfortunately. It is only on-site items. Thank you for that. Okay, it's not comfortable having a big crab land on you. And congrats on the ride, Amethyst. I'll be streaming until 18 o'clock Central European time, so about 1.5 more, 1.5 hours longer. Yeah. Get it? Okay, he's immediately running off. Let me prep the trank bombs. There we go. Yeah, I'd be happy to have you join back. And Mark, hello, welcome in. Yeah, I understand for the watch streak, but thank you for stopping by so regularly, even if it is just for the short while. I still appreciate it very much. Thank you. Okay. Very nice. I am already curious what the next quest is going to be. Let us bring the correct item set already. Then I won't forget it. Nothing special here. That is fine. I got black belt. Nice. Let me get some flash bombs in case that Rathalos gets really uppity. But usually the normal Rathalos, like red Rathalos, is not a big issue in that at all. Asher can be a little, Silver can be a real pain, and Dread King is a pain from the beginning. I don't dislike fighting Dread King, but he's much more of a pain than the others. Thank you for the upswing. I unfortunately was not able to utilize it to its maximum. Arathin is such a fun monster to fight. Not so happy she decided to land on me there. Okay, Rathin is lying down. While Rathalos is making his displeasure clear. Ah, that is unfortunate. That's a good crack. And yeah, they do not have much of a chance here. And that is tail number 2. And Rathian has decided to return. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a great happy ending for her. Yeah, and she did not survive her return. Okay. Well, that was a very anime moment, smacking him so hard that he falls back down out of the sky. Well done. Okay. I do not need more commendations at the moment. The most amazing flinch fall death, actually, I saw, and I haven't found the video in quite a while, was a Freedom Unite G rank white Fatalis kicking as he is doing the dive, avoiding the damage because he flinched, fell, and died all at the same time. Remembering it still feels a little bit unreal, and I think that he unfortunately, that the channel it was posted on might have closed, and so the video might be lost in the bowels of the internet. Yeah, those moments can also be really funny, that you and you have that monster, and then as it wants to leave, it just stumbles back down, giving you another opportunity to try and keep it there. In Freedom Unite, that was something that was very common for Kezu, actually, since Kezu was... I think he's still doing it, but afterwards he's much more stubborn about leaving. Okay. Were you using a ranged weapon, or was it just a delayed damage registration? No. You're not here. Different quest? Different quest. I was thinking Rathian. I'm sorry. My bad, my bad. I was thinking Rathian. I don't know why. I was thinking we're going to fight Red Queen. Excuse my silly brain making that mistake. And yeah, if it has that delayed explosion and delayed damage, then the damage can very much come in as the monster is already quite high up. I am pretty sure that is not possible for GU though, even should the damage be sufficient to kill. They will go to their new area and then afterwards I don't think if they can die after that. I think they might have a damage threshold that you will need to hit them once again. Great, I have to hold my ears shut. But he's not been screaming for years. And I managed to push myself out. Use some Hellblade powder, please. The Wyvern tier isn't bad, but I would have preferred Hellblade powder. And I think I ought to heal up a little bit more as well. I can imagine, although the counters do do get me out of the rhythm a little bit. I'm expecting him to be standing in a certain place after an attack, and then you counter him and he's standing somewhere else. It is fun to watch, though. And don't worry, I'll adapt. You keep playing your style to the max. Not wrong, you're not wrong with that. Okay, didn't see what he did there, or else I may have judged that better. Okay, got me a mount there. There we go. I hope that tail is... not really, is it? Okay, that could come in really handy here. Indeed, there is... a reduced length tail. And very nice. Wasn't clear that I had to jump down in order to get... I see something I don't want to be seeing. And there we go. Hall pass ticket delivered. It looks cool, and I am happy that you're having fun. And as I said, I can understand it. I think I personally feel like Lovenus feels wonderful if you really get into the groove with him and are able to juggle him about with the adept style. And I imagine that is how it must feel if you really nail the Valor style against him. I don't need any more 6s, so that is fine. Aerial is a style that I personally, well, don't use a lot. I mean, yeah, that much might have well been obvious. Okay. Next one would actually be another Dread Queen. And that's another capture, so... Let me get this. I can imagine jumping off the tail mid-spin, feeling great. Yeah. That is absolutely fine. Thank you for having joined, and I hope you had a lot of fun. Please enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and yeah, thank you very much for having joined. I had a lot of fun. No, absolutely. Thank you for helping me grinding the Deviant tickets. And I have not accepted her. There we go. Oh, I can't currently. Sorry about that. There we go. Dread Queen capture. There we go. Well, welcome back, Tira. I hope you had a good nap. And don't worry about it. But I really do hope that you had a good nap. Is she up there? Maybe. I somehow do have the feeling that last time I was running around until I was back in area 4. No, that was something else, I think. That was... That was Rathian, but not on this quest in particular. Okay, I'm going to keep a bit more distance here. Yeah, I do not have any ranged healing. Yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy to have you. That was a good crack. I'm not really able to reach the tail well right now, so the head I will work on. And that was a good flinch. Okay, I did choose a bad angle there. That's another good crack. She's not yet capable, that is important. Oh, he has... no, that was probably a detox flute. Okay. Let's pick up her tail. Happy to see the ruby. And she is moving all the way to her nest, if I remember that correctly. There's another shiny she dropped here. It should be pinned to the top of the chat, but if I remember correctly, it was 0944. Okay, it's no longer pinned for you. Yeah, 0944. It may reappear if you refresh, but I don't mind like this either. Nope, I do have Capture Guru. Fair enough. I would have said that they should reappear on a refresh, but that might be a misunderstanding of how the app works. I'll be honest, I do not use the mobile app very much. Okay, that'll be good to know. Yep. She just got capable. What are you doing? Okay, I do not want to set the trap here. While annoying, we'll have to chase her down. No, I'll get blown away. blown away into the wrong direction as well. And bloody hell, I was too close. Thank you for finishing the tranking. That was not a great showing. So we've been doing a rolling selection of the quests. So for you too, Tira, if you do have quests you still want to finish up, feel free to post them after the next one. I think this at the moment it should be Kolo's turn to post a quest. Hellblade 5. Let me get... Yeah, let's go for water after all. I'll have a quick bite to eat. Let's get going. This one is probably not going to be knocked about quite as much. I do think this is the correct way up. Mr. Axe, hello, welcome in. Well, if you ever manage to do that, please do so in a safe location. I don't know if the earth is not going to flash melt if you manage to do that. But welcome in, and I hope you're having a great Sunday today so far. And it's lovely to have you here. Welcome in. Oh yeah, in that case you will have some plasma bouncing about. I'm not sure it quite gets as hot as some stars, but you will absolutely have some issues with it. I hope you didn't burn your food because of it. I am not 100% sure if that is something I want to try. But it might be a good idea for an ad for a flavor, plasma flavored chicken ramen, and have it be quite a spicy one. I'm not sure that is how it would work. Okay, that was an unfortunate blade hit. I'll be helping you out as well. There we go. And that was the wrong button to evade. I personally do not know how how Dr. Pepper tastes, so I'm not sure. I'm guessing it's not spicy from what I know. But if we manage to make it taste like Dr. Pepper, I think we're going to be onto something. Because usually chicken is said to anything bland is said to be tasting like chicken, so I don't know if I'm not making sense. I might be focusing too hard on the game. Oh, that is an unfortunate miss. Nobody can explain the taste of Dr. Pepper. It's just good. Well, I'll need to then see if I can find some near me. I can't say I remember having some nearby to buy. It is just one of those things you need to have tasted for yourself. As I said, I might want to find a... Damn it. The English word is escaping me. Not a bottle. A can. I might need to see if I can find a can close by and then see if I enjoy it as well. But yeah, it's not something super common. At least no other people I know drink it, so yeah. And I just saw we're going to have some ads rolling in, so for everybody who is getting them, thank you very much for your patience with and during them. It is very much appreciated. Thank you. No Dr. Pepper and see what they change. Yeah. For that to be an applicable idea, I would need to know how Dr. Pepper tastes. Oh, because it tastes too Dr. Peppery. Okay. I am not sure if there is going to be much. It's an idea, but I'm not sure if I want to do it in a restaurant where I'm a regular or in a restaurant I've never visited before and will never get back to. Because they'll never want me back. Not sure. But yeah, it does sound like a fun idea, even if I misunderstood it in the beginning. Even when trying to read with a correction. Okay, fair enough, and I do get that. By the way, Tira, you can choose a quest if you want to. So, I have been very much a solo player for the longest time, even though it is a semi-multiplayer game, but I do have a ton of experience going back all the way to Monster Hunter Freedom 1, and I really got into it with Monster Hunter Freedom 2, Freedom Unite, and as such, I never felt put off by that. For Generations, what I can say is do the village quests first. Don't feel like you need to immediately go into the hub. You can do the village quests first.
Toad Gamer 5 is now following.
Gain experience from there, and then go on from there. And I am streaming every weekend, and if you do want to join, then I'd be happy to help you out a little bit when you're struggling. And Toad Gamer 5, thank you very much for the follow. It is very much appreciated. Thank you. Tetsukabra probably down here. If not, I need to... No, there is one. There is maybe the first one. I'm not sure if we'll have all three spawning in one after another. Or... if we have two roaming the map at the same time. Okay. Yeah, I know that you can tell as a cat, but I myself wasn't sure. So it's one at a time. As long as we manage to kill them here, we would not need to run about very much. And of course he's now bumbling about. Yeah, okay, I can see that. They do provide a lot of support, so that is really nice. And I might need to... Oh, bloody hell, he's running away. Let me have a look. Okay, and I might have misunderstood something. Correct me if I am now doubly wrong. I thought you were talking about GU, because very unfortunately I cannot help out Rise on Switch. I have a copy of Rise on PC, and there is unfortunately no crossplay. But for GU, I'd be happy to help you out as well. And being bad at the combat, yeah, that is very understandable. You do start, anybody will start at a point where the combat feels alien and overwhelming with all of the options granted to you in weapons and additional attacks. And yeah, no. You will get better if you stick with it. If you decide that it's not for you, I can understand as well. But yeah, if I could help, I'd like to help out on moments you get stuck on. And if you are playing on Rise and you haven't played any of the others, then it would not have made much sense when I said Village, because up to Generations Ultimate, up and including Generations Ultimate, you had a purely single player progression in the game as well. Yeah. I'd be absolutely happy to help if I can. Yeah, but it is implemented differently to the village in Generations Ultimate. So while you do have those quests, they are tied in with the hub quests as well. Which also means that the hub quests are the quests that decide the progression. They are not in Rise? Okay, then I must... Then... Because after you finish the village, you get access to the high rank quests in the hub, and then you have one single hit, and then you have the rest of the progression is tied to the hub at least. Okay, are they? Okay, I'll take your word for it. It's been a while that I've played them. And yeah, there is and again, yeah, bloody hell. Rambling, aren't I? There are a few of those missions where you have to kill small monsters that are, well, small versions of the big monsters. And the I call them prey drone likes. I very much understand can be a nuisance, especially if you can't hit them and all of that. Combat does require getting some experience, and that is... And it's fine if people bounce off of it. I can absolutely understand. Had a few people already tell me that they bounced off it, and I can absolutely understand that. It's not necessarily for everybody. Okay, that is unfortunate. I'm not quite aware what is in the bundles all, but... Okay, then again, Rise has a ton of different DLCs for cosmetics. And welcome back, Drake, and I hope you had a good drive home. I'm happy to hear that. But even on the dual carriageway, I've had some trips along the motorway that were absolutely horrid. So I'm happy you had a good drive. Yeah, I absolutely get that. If you're making a package, maybe try to make it absolutely clear what you're including or not. I would guess, and that's a guess, that you have all of the gameplay extension, so the additional missions and all of that. But I can understand the frustration when it's not clearly showcased, that it's only containing some elements and not others, that it feels frustrating not to get everything. Oh! Okay, that rarely happens. They are usually tough enough to withstand some of that. But yeah, that must have been really windy then. Happy nothing happened. If it was that windy during the drive as well. Yeah, I never bought any much of the cosmetic DLC. I prefer playing it for the armors and stuff that is in the game. But I appreciate that a lot of people did buy a lot of it. And yeah, that is something that from my perspective has always been more or less the case, that I preferred Rise Sunbreak over the other two, but I was a more veteran player already at the time, so... And I don't know if you've seen some of the things. There are some silly weapons about here as well. Like this, for example. Yeah, there is... there are details like that, of course. Where you then come to realize how and why you prefer one over the other. Yeah. It has a lot. I don't even have everything yet. I don't have space for everything. There's a ton here that I don't have. I also like this, the big fist. Ooh, there could have been. I'm not sure if I can find it. Oh yeah, that is definitely something that I had a lot of critique with in Wilds, that the weapons were looking quite generic and not necessarily like they really came from the monster they were made from. It is my turn. So we are going to be hunting some more toads. Without any items. They are doing that better. But I do have some other issues with Wilds. My biggest issue being namely that I do not like the switch in how the longsword handles once you hit red bar. But yeah, not something I can change. Okay, language redeem, and as always with those redeems, I'll be answering any comments and so on in English still. Any comments and questions in English still. まあ、始めてる。私の日本語はそんなにいいんじゃない？まだ勉強すると、それはコレクションをちょっとお願いします。でも、私今の日本語の頑張ろう。ティラも食べてる？もうちょっと待ってる。こっちは後の多分は鉄カブラの日本語の名前はもう鉄カブラだよ。100% じゃない。でも多分そうです。Thank you. ティラの猫はカップのスペシャルです。間違えた。それは間違えた。 よくわからん。と、ミスター X の最後の日だよ。まだサンライズの終わりお願いしますだよ。Yeah, I can get that, Mr. X. That is very much a possibility here. 心配ない。ちょっと早くのメッセージです。So don't worry about that. It's fine. ああ、そうだよ。サブクエストもし、はい。このアウルはサブクエストだよ。アウルは日本語の名前全然じゃないだよ。まあ、ちょっと、全部の動物の名前はまだ勉強ないです。あ、それはいい感じだよ。ウェルシュはそんなにレアルの語です。本当にたくさんの人は多分、聞いてたい。So yeah, I do think that's a good idea, right? It's such a unique language spoken by few people that I think a lot of people would be interested to hear how it sounds at least. これはドロップです。これは足の壊れてる。とここも花？多分じゃない。よく覚えてない。言葉も忘れてる。でもこの顔のもうすごく大きい。なんとなく本当に言葉忘れた。ごめんなさい。ウェッジの語はに本当に言葉今日はゆっくりだよ。まあいい。そうだね。もしかしたらやべ。ここのお願いします。くそ。それはやべえ。みんなごめんなさい。多分私のいや、多分じゃない。私のせいです。And with that, we're ending our Japanese part. And I'm sorry for whiffing that trap so badly. This is annoying and unfortunate. I was... yeah, I feel like my focus was split too much, and then I did not really pay attention except, oh, capturable, I need to set down a trap. And that is now resulting in this silly issue that I've wasted a trap, probably. Yeah, he does not want to move out here. So yeah, that's unfortunate. Ah. Tira is here to save the day. Tira, thank you very, very much. That was my fault for whiffing that trap so badly. Thank you very much for saving the day. Yeah, I understand that, but you still did save the day there. Thank you very much. And exactly, here we go. Thank you everybody for your patience with this and my very, very silly mistake. Very handy, and yeah. Thank you for bringing her. And yeah, I'm not sure if that was entirely clear because I was interspersing Japanese in between, or interspersing English with Japanese. I think it's a good idea if you do want to do the Welsh redeem. I was not aware that there were two places that spoke Welsh. I thought it was limited to Wales itself. But it's good to hear. Okay. I lost connection. Let me quickly reconnect. I am sorry for leaving you so suddenly. Yeah, I hope you're going to have a good trip back to the bubble. I probably have some more missions waiting this evening if you do want to participate. Cool. I was unaware of that. I'll probably be either redeeming them about 10 for you, or maybe before I go to bed. That depends on how much I can get through. But yeah, I also got back big time with the latest community goal. And for anybody who is unaware, Elite Dangerous is a big space sim game where I do play with a community of other streamers, and it's a lot of fun if you do like space sims. And yeah, I don't showcase it very much on stream because it's much more of a off-stream activity for me, but if you do want to see it, I don't mind bringing it up from time to time. Yeah, and I think it's currently on sale and all of that, so yeah. Indeed. proud strays in that sense. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm happy though that there is a second place that has a Welsh cultural heritage and is still speaking the language. I did not get to answer that properly. There is similar things for Luxembourgish, where you do have a part in Romania, a village or two that speaks Luxembourgish. How exactly that got there, I'm not sure. The idea is that it went through the with the Roma, that they brought it back home, so to say. But I'm also not entirely sure about how that exactly came about. Okay, here we go. Hunt some more Hellblades. Okay, Argentinian. Do they consider okay. Not me if I'm saying something silly. So I thought they would be speaking Spanish in Argentina. So is Argentinian considered an offshoot of Spanish, or is it its own language and Spanish is an additional language that is also spoken? Well, in this case also Welsh, of course. Congratulations on the mount. And that was far too early that I could roll again into the roll, but here we are. And here we have our first charge up. No, we don't. He just flew and decided not to get hit by me. There we go. And that's another roar, not allowing me to finish up that strike. There we go. And there we go, up to yellow. Rio Platin's Spanish. Okay, I'm not exactly sure how that works. And I do not begrudge them calling their version of Spanish its own name. It can feel a bit weird for like Spanish speakers, depending on how close it would be. But it might be with Brazilian Portuguese and proper Portuguese, in that the gap is widening, or has widened and was widening quickly until the time of the internet, and worldwide media broadcasts, where all of that got shrunk down again. Yeah, I wouldn't have needed to rely on the internet exactly the same. I do hope that the information is correct, but I do understand the skepticism there. But again, I think the only way to be sure is if we knew somebody from Argentina and they could explain that to us. And yeah, languages do tend to be complicated because the native tongue is also very much feeling about how you feel about other things. It's very much a part of your identity, and as such, yeah, it can become very complicated very quickly. Yeah, I'd be interested to hear about it, how it got there, why they kept up the Welsh, and these things tend to be terribly interesting, and in too many cases, unfortunately, also combined with their own big issues, in that, yeah, unfortunately not always they manage to really respect the people already living in the lands. Yeah, but I'd still be very, very much interested in how and why and all of that. Okay, we have a bloody roly-poly there, annoying me. Here we go. Oh, those are all my cuts. Or cars, rather. And the second one will be joining us down here. Mimosa y Waldfa. No. Sorry. Mimosa y Wladfa? Okay, I'm not sure for the last word, and I'm probably butchering it terribly. Is phonetic as far as English is concerned. Okay, then I need to... Oh, bloody hell, that is unreachable. That shiny is out there. Okay. I'll be finishing this quest and then I'll be trying with the pronunciation again. I can't focus on both and do it properly. So please give me that minute, or 5 maybe. I think one of the bigger issues that I have in the my first reaction to this is phonetically, as far as English is concerned, is that for me English is not very phonetic at all. spot on in pronunciation wise as they pronounce it, or as... I'm sorry, I'm missing some information there and I can only do speculation to what exactly you wanted to say. Okay, so they have the same pronunciation as quote unquote Welsh. Yeah, I did realize you carted. I hope you do have time to get back down, but I worry that the area is too far into the hollow that you'll be able to get the cars here. That's unfortunate, and yeah. Quite probably not, unfortunately. So... are we pulling it together or not? Ooh. So can I make it an Uvladva? Or do I need to keep them separated in Uvladva? Although it might be too aggressive on the second V. Yeah. And that is also something that I can't... that can't be forgotten. All FRV in Welsh. Okay. Okay. I'll try to remember that. Yeah. Oh, Hellblade powder is a pain to get. As far as I am aware, Hellblade powder might only be drops. Let me quickly double check that. Or G rank. Hellblade powder is high rank shiny drop, G rank drop, and G rank head wound 5% reward. So here it's only the drops that count. And yeah, I'm sorry for you, Tira. That was a very unfortunate card for that. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, that's going to be a cool one. I'll be switching out the weapon and talisman, and I had a unfortunate look to the clock, and that is going to need to be my last quest for today. It always goes by a little bit too fast, especially towards the end. Okay, let me have a quick anti-thunder lunch, or food. Let's go with that. I'll be happy to help out anybody again next week, though, as I am playing Monster Hunter every weekend. And yeah, I hope I got at least close with the pronunciation I tried. I personally find it a lot easier if I have somebody who is pronouncing it for me as well. That's how I learned all of my languages, having a teacher that helped me with the pronunciation. Okay, we have the two of them on the map at the same time. Okay. This is my closest Zinogre, so let's quickly kill this one first. Dang it, I was not considering that he might have tried to charge up before already. And he is now taking a deserved lie down. The roar is a half a second later than Thunderlord's. Okay, that knocked him out of it. And there we have a removed tail. I'd be not unhappy if he would not move on, but it can be hard to keep them from wandering about if they absolutely want to. Okay, there we go. I'll quickly take my pick up and carves. Okay. Okay. And now we need to take care of the second one. I'll be sharpening before going over. I'll be dealing quite a bit more damage. Here we go. Okay, I'm not going to complain if I'm stunned. That was probably something wasted. But I was trying to keep her from carting. I'm happy she didn't need that. And there goes number 2. Yeah, and unfortunately I do not really have time for another quest. So this will have been my last one. Yeah, we already had a discussion while you were taking the nap that Zinurga seems to be very generous for his rare drops. Amnethist managed to get a Sky Emerald, and a quest later I also got one. So yeah, and also, and from personal experience, I do feel like he's more generous with his rare drops than the Rathas ever were. In Welsh, a Y is a U. Or at least I hope it's the English U, because depending on the language, it might be pronounced U, or U, or U. So, is it with a silent E, like or is it ug, with the sounded U? And I do think, as interesting as it is, it has to be the broader discussion is a discussion for another time. So it's with a silent one, so more like ugh. Okay, maybe I'm overdoing it now. But thank you for the Welsh lessons, and thank you for everybody also for having joined me today, as viewers, as fellow hunters. It's been a ton of fun again, and I had a very fun stream again. Thank you to everybody who joined and made it such a fun stream. So, as we're nearing the end, I'll do a quick schedule. Next week doesn't seem like I need to change anything, so it's going to be my normal stream, being Monday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. I'll be streaming from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European time, which is 7 to 12 respectively for Eastern Standard Time. Anybody else, unfortunately, will need to do the time zone conversions themselves. Monday and Friday, I'll be, well, from the looks of it, more like Monday, I'll be finishing up Mass Effect 2. Any possible slivers I'm going to take on to Friday, and then afterwards, on Friday, I'll be continuing a playthrough I started. I think I started it after December. I started in January of Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. I'll be also trying to tie that into my Thursday stream, which is next week, normal from 15 to 18 o'clock, or from 9 to 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, respectively. And on the weekend, it's Monster Hunter weekend, as always. So I'll be playing more Monster Hunter next week, starting out in GU. But I am open to playing any of the Monster Hunter games I have. So if you do require some help in another one where I can help, I'd be happy to do so. So yeah, but I'll be starting in Generations Ultimate very likely. So with that, I'll have a quick look at raids, and Dhraig, yeah, see you later in the black. Hope you have a good trip back to the bubble. And as always for raids, if you do have a suggestion, please feel free to put it into chat. I'll be taking it into consideration while choosing. So, but let me have a quick look who is online. There is not, at least not on first run that there is anybody else unfortunately playing Monster Hunter GU that I could raid into. The languages just don't fit. Okay, since there are no suggestions, I'll be raiding out to a streamer we haven't raided in a while, but that I do enjoy watching if I get the opportunity. Omega Snake Boss, he's currently playing Monster Hunter, not Monster Hunter, I am sorry. He's currently playing Persona 4 Golden, I think. Yeah, he is playing the Golden version. He's still pretty much at the beginning. As always, I hope you're going to be enjoying his stream as much as you did mine, and please be nice, please be kind, as always for raids. That is something that is important to me. But I do have little doubt that it's going to be absolutely fine. So, yeah. We'll be raiding out to him, and that being said, now we're at the proper end of the stream. There is not all that much left for me to say, except, again, thank you to everybody who has been here. Thank you for anybody who put in biddies or gifted subs today. These things are very much appreciated, if not necessary. But I do appreciate them for sure. So thank you everybody for that, and also just for being here and watching. I appreciate all of you being here, spending some time with me. I hope you're going to have a great day, a great rest of your Sunday. Hope to see you all again soon. Maybe tomorrow if you have the time, but that is not nearly a necessity. If you do not have time or you're not interested in the subject of the stream, I absolutely understand that you will not stop by, and that is absolutely fine as well. And I do think I'm starting to ramble again, so let me say thank you very much everybody who's been here. I hope to see you all again soon. Until then, please have a great time, and until then, goodbye.